We are back live. It's only a bit past 7. Probably got a good couple hours to keep coding on this. This is driving me nuts, but maybe we get it running today. Who knows? Let's go through this a little bit. So it could be time to just start trying to get it running, actually. The observations are not there yet, I know. Got to add that. Ooh, this obs buff is not a thing either. Aren't ref obs. I don't like this thing. Next TS. And where do these functions come from? All right, maybe there's a fair bit of extra work to do here. Well, oh no, it is in here. Okay, it is in here. So I just forgot these two functions, I guess. Torch.jit script is commented. I'm going to comment it here as well. Plot rotate. The import star is just the cherry on top here. From utils import. Okay, so shit, this is their utils. No, my guy, that's a scam. That's not a... The coin's not me. I don't have cryptos. I don't have crypto. And this isn't a donation-funded project either. No, there's like, why would I? No, it's not. So all of our stuff is open source, but Puffer is a startup. We sell service packages to companies. The idea is that if you're doing reinforcement learning and having a hard time with it, we can help. After all, why wouldn't you want to have the people who are building the highest performance, easiest to use, most stable reinforcement learning tools out there on your side? Dude, I can raise millions of dollars for my company right now if I want to. I don't want VC funding because I don't want the strings attached to it. Puffer's intentionally bootstrapped for that reason. It's not like I hate money. I want Puffer to be profitable, but the research comes first. You know? The goal is to revolutionize reinforcement learning. We're going to make stuff fast. We're going to make stuff stable. We're going to make stuff easy to use, and it's all happening this year. Thank you. I mean, if you take a look at some of the stuff that we've done just in the last 6 months, you'll see it. You'll definitely see it. Like, we have made so much progress in just the last 6 months. I mean, we now have stuff that's running, training at 1 million steps per second. Tons of different environments, various complexities, and brand new people to reinforcement learning can write them. That is something that was like so far out of the realm of existence 6 months ago, it's not even funny. They don't have the full API, it looks like. Unless, am I wrong here? Is this... Hang on. Isaac Jim Torch Utils. Okay, so Isaac Jim does have a Torch Utils. Let's see if these work. We'll get rid of all the ones of these that we don't need. Oh my gosh. So much garbage in here. Okay. And now we have to do torch. And there should be a 2 torch in here. Why is there no 2 torch in here? Did Kyung add this? This. Take. It's right here. Did I just miss it? Or did Kyung add it? Compute humanoid reward, compute humanoid reset. There's more shit in here. They have so much freaking... Like, what the hell is this? I mean, they just have too much code. Like, this is a ridiculous reward function. What is this? Let's see what's still missing in here. Yeah, this one. Okay, if I scroll through this, should be nothing undefined. I think I have to import OS and a couple small libraries. Okay. Porch is HOI. And then I guess this make function gets much easier now because we just do like this. Literally don't need any of this. Freaking crazy. Oops. Oh, that's the wrong one. It is this one. Okay. Good. We're getting somewhere. Thousand lines. We'll be able to cut some of this. For reference, the original's over 2,000, so we've cut the code down a lot. Still have a little more to go, but It should just be render, right, or something. I gotta go back into the base class again. Okay, it's viewers none. So this is env.viewer. Right here, yes. And so it's going to be env viewer. And why is env not here? There should be env.viewer. We'll just do self viewer, self env viewer. Get axis params. Let's just looking for yellow. Do we have actor root state? Looking for yellow. Okay, at least everything outside self is defined. We're gonna have to test this a bunch. Let's commit it first. Okay, so we're gonna make and now I gotta grab these annoying params. I mean, can I not just do... Wait, what? Where? I could just make them default. It irritates me a little bit to duplicate, but like... Control, headless, device. Alright. And his eyes again. We do, was it headless? Step. None. No module. Oh yeah, Jim Torch is an Isaac. Fuck. We gotta figure that out. Wrap tensor. Okay, all I need is wrap tensor and unwrap tensor from this. Dude, how is this wrap tensor? Wrap tensor has... Yeah, shit. C++ build is really obnoxious. You know, wait a second. There should be something built into Isaac for this, right? Did these guys just write their own dumb thing for no reason? Hang on. I'm pretty sure the Tensor API Hey, how's it going? Currently trying to make Isaac Jim work without being ridiculous. Okay, this is not... Isaac Jim is not here. This is an external. Tensor API, maybe? Wait, Jim Torch Wrap Tensor. using the provided gym torch interop module. So this should be an Isaac gym, right? Why is it outside of Isaac gym? Wait, there it is. It's in gym torch. Wrap tensor. Yeah, it's right here. Maya, your work currently studying CS? Hey, feel free to get involved. It's all open source stuff. We have people that come in with just a programming background and within a month or two are implementing really awesome environments. They're all right here. I mean, most of them are written by contributors. I wrote a few of the more complex ones, Neural MMO3 and MOBA. Doing crypto while I'm on break. The token is not mine. I made an announcement about that. That's just somebody impersonating me. I would generally suggest staying out of that space. It's really just infested with scammers. Much more fun stuff going on in AI. Much, much more fun stuff going on in AI. Wrap tensor impl. Okay, so this is imported, but it's not getting called. Wait. Let me see. So from Isaac Gym, import gym torch, dist packages. Okay, so why is it trying to open from there? User local lib. Okay, it's not there, so I don't know why it's there. I mean, I'm sure this is not going to help, but you never know. Maybe this has been solved and indexed by GPT. Manually copy. Seriously? Ugh. This search thing is nice. Yeah, this is resolved. I don't know how this is supposed to work, but whatever. Bright side, can't really get scammed. It's really not. I have infinitely many better ways to make money than digging into crypto. It sounds appealing, but it's not. Trust me. Where the heck is source? I don't have a source folder? Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe this is the issue. Where is this? Oh, the file's not there. Okay. Why is the file not there? What you up to? I'm dealing with fucking cursed simulation packages. Compensate. I am. What I'm doing right now is for a client. The binding for this is part of a contract, but it gets open sourced in PufferLib. We've got a couple active contracts at the moment funding Puffer. It's a small amount, but you know it'll grow. We've only been open for business for a few months. The goal is going to be to get this year to get about 5 active contracts, which should give us sufficient funding for myself, hardware, and sizable bounties on various things, which will be quite good. But hey, it takes time. Building a business takes time. We've actually gotten a couple pretty solid contributors, Spencer being one of them. People who have just like come into this space, been super enthusiastic, and learned really fast and built a lot of cool environments. Now, the open source community vibe's been pretty good. And I'm starting to have cool stuff to throw back to people soon. I've got there's one upcoming project that's gonna with NYU that actually I think Spencer, either you or Captain would be great for, that comes with authorship. So that's pretty cool. And I'm working to generate a few more opportunities as well. Getting some meetings lined up. Business side of shit. Yeah. Yeah, so the idea, Spencer, now this isn't confirmed. We're gonna chat about this in a couple of weeks after they finish their conference stuff. But really the GPU engine is not doing them any favors. We're thinking about just doing a straight port as an Ocean Env of GPU drive, making it like 20x faster. So then they'd be able to like base all their research on this way faster thing, integrate Puffer neocarbs, basically pull it into our ecosystem, pull the environment dev into our ecosystem. I just don't have any interest in interacting with the crypto space, man. I really don't. There's so much more cool stuff over here. If you're interested, we have like, there's so much more cool stuff over here. The RL side is starting to get good enough that, like, we've actually got a pretty solid proposition for companies. Look, like I own like a small number of ETFs with some Bitcoin and stuff, but that's about as much as I do. And that's like a very small part. That sounds up my alley. Can you give me a quick rundown? It's a GPU accelerated driving sim that's built on Madrona, which is a GPU engine, basically a GPU accelerated game engine that handles some of the physics and stuff. So the idea would either to be ported to use either Box 2D or, depending on how simple the physics is, maybe just our own stuff. Um, so we have to replace some of the physics from Madrona, but other than that, like, their source is only a couple thousand lines. I don't think it would be any longer in C. I think it would be way faster because they handle like variable numbers of cars and stuff with fixed size tensors with very low density, which is really bad for them. Yeah, bunch of stuff. I mean, I only really have a small amount of Bitcoin. It's like, I don't know, it's for me, it's not as interesting. I'd rather have like Nvidia and Tesla, companies that I care about, that I think are doing good work and that I think are, going to appreciate because they're doing good work. I also have, diversification stuff, but I don't do very much. I don't day trade. I don't even look at them, right? I just have some stocks and I just leave them there for years. I really don't think about them much. I'm more interested at the moment in figuring out how to get recurring revenue for Puffer, like a few solid contracts on stuff, because that generates opportunities for, other RL PhD students, for contributors, generates lots of cool stuff. Let me know. Yeah. No, I mean, I've been supporting them for a while now, and it's just like we've gotten to a point where I've optimized the heck out of their environment, and it's become very clear that it's the engine that's slow as soon as you take it out of optimal conditions. Beat level 2, very good. Solid. Good progress. I'm going to throw neocarbs at that thing pretty soon, I imagine. Investments aren't the same thing. These are two very different things. Like, having investments that generate revenue, that's like a startup getting 10 mil in funding and then saying that, like, oh yeah, we've got 500K in revenue because it's like, sitting in an ETF, right? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. See, the goal here, right, is to be using our tech to solve real problems in RL for companies. In the process, building up our open source tools to even be better suited for various industry problems. And then it builds on itself. That's what we do. And then the more companies, right, that want support contracts with us, the more RL devs I get to bring aboard in some capacity as contractors or otherwise, in order to then be building stuff on Puffer and for clients, but a lot of it stays open source. That's how we roll. And it just, like, this is how you very quickly accelerate reinforcement learning. And they've already started to see this working. So the model that we have is not like, it's not amazing for like pure profit. It's profitable potentially, but not amazing for that. But it's really good for getting like good organic dev growth. Plus, I've been in open source forever. It's kind of my thing. PLG stuff functioning. Yeah, you should definitely do that, Spencer. That'd be pretty good. How the heck is there no source folder in Isaac Gem? Underscore bindings. Head to dinner. See you, Spencer. XZ F. What is this? Nah, man, you're showing me stuff in the most bullshit space in all of tech right now. You're showing me like GPT wrapped. Like, this is literally the most bullshit overhyped space in all of tech right now. Why do you feel that way? I mean, ask around, ask around people that have been in AI for a while. Like, you're calling GPT in a for loop. You're having it interact with some databases. Like, this stuff is just going to get built in by the larger companies. Like, you're not actually pushing any of the AI research forward. All you're really doing is you're trying to jump ahead of OpenAI by 6 months and cash out. That's all you're doing here. Like that's what these projects are doing. Right? They're kind of just trying to stay ahead of the curve of the frontier labs who are busy working on the core models by wrapping them and trying to eke a little bit extra out of them. And like agents is this ridiculously hot keyword right now, even though the stuff doesn't actually work. It's one of these things where there's just a zeitgeist, and yeah, it prints free money, but that doesn't mean you're really doing anything. Like, sure, if you're smart and you jump into the currently hot space, right? If you're just smarter than the next guy in the rat race, yeah, you're going to be able to cash out some money, but what are you doing with your life? I'd rather make money doing something that's going to legitimately advance science and technology. That's something I can be proud of. Okay, so for some reason this install does not contain, yeah, it doesn't contain the source, which is very, very weird. Do you think you can change the way people say and advance the space? What I'm doing now in RL will be this. RL was this amazing field that was making super rapid progress up until about 2019. And it's not like we really got stuck or anything. All that happened is language models happened and all the funding moved over to language models. So a lot of the good people moved over to there. But like, the tech is good. It just needed some work. It hasn't gotten the level of investment that LLMs have gotten in. And we're doing that work now, and we're doing it very, very quickly. I'm taking advantage of something else, right? I have an area here of AI that is going to be tremendously impactful in a large number of industries in a way that language models will not be. And very few people are doing it, and it requires a fair bit of knowledge and experience in the space, which I have. It's really not very interesting to me to jump into the thing that everybody else is doing, because, like, again, you're kind of just fighting to be a few months ahead of the next guy. I'd rather do something that's niche and out there that, where really there's not going to be progress unless you make there be progress. I mean, this is just how I see things, right? I don't get up in the morning to get a few days ahead of the next guy. How do you have... I'm surprised that's a valid... Maybe Restream just isn't rendering your username. Yeah, no, I stream because I enjoy narrating this type of stuff once in a while. I enjoy answering I enjoy answering questions about Puffer. I enjoy getting people excited about RL. I enjoy kind of going through my thought process on stuff. It's all part of it. Occasionally I bitch about having to deal with freaking terrible academic code, but we deal with it. We deal with it. I feel I'm at the top of the world, but after some time I stop. I don't quite know what you mean by that. Original... Holy, that's ridiculous. Dude, why? Why do they do this? What? Like, they put the original Isaac gem inside of Isaac gem, including the frickin' source file that we need. Okay. Is this enough, or do I have to I might have to recompile. I don't know. It depends. It might hot load. Okay, I do have to. I do have to recompile this. Hold on. Local docs. Okay. Oh, wait. Isaac gem? Not quite. It's gotta be... Hang on. Yeah, so we do this. Okay, so it's not getting copied over, but yikes. Ugh, my gosh. Pip install. Oh, wait. Yeah, you have to go here on 3.8-m pip install. There we go. Try this. Isaac. Come on. Still no Isaac. Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember. So, very weird. I think you gotta do install dot. It doesn't work with dash E for some reason. Yeah, there we go. Now it's building a wheel. And then this should work. We're gonna have to package this thing up in a container. Like, it is such a pain. Still no file. Pissing me off here. Now it has underscore bindings, but it doesn't have, still doesn't have source. Very weird. Collect files, Isaac Jim slash. Okay, so package files, collect files, Isaac Jim, bindings, Linux. Plus collect. How about this? Does this work? Really should. Welcome, YouTube folks. Currently, this is Isaac Jim, very common physics simulator. It is a pain to set up, and it has about 3 generations of PhD students worth of horrible wrapper code. So we're trying to clean everything up, get it running nicely and very fast with PufferLib, so that we can do all sorts of things with it. But it is a pain. Oh, is that it? Rare. NumPy has no attribute float. Does this specify a version? One 1.16.4. I have no idea what happens if we try to install NumPy 1.20 or 1.16. We'll see if PufferLib still works. And that's super old. That's a bug there. You can just fix the type. Can I? It's in, I guess I can fix it in their code. We just have a fork. Or it's not even a fork because they, what is this? Hey, Kyung. I hope this is helpful. I've been working on this shit all day. It is a pain. I've got it down. It's going to be about half the length it was before, though, it looks like. They really had a bunch of redundant and bad code. Isolated gem torch, CDM. Whoops. Isolated gem torch. Did you change some stuff? Or is it just that one thing? Should I go grab it? Because I noticed that some of these repos, they have like their own gem torch instead of the Isaac one, which I assume is because of the Isaac setup error. Thanks for explaining what we're doing. So once we clean the mess up, what kinds of things? I mean, Isaac Gym is a general purpose physics simulator, right? It does humanoids, it does like ant, it does tons of different things. It's pretty fast. It's a high fidelity simulator. There are like successors to it, but actually a lot of people still use this one because the successors are pretty finicky. I mean, generally this will expand Puffer into high fidelity physics, just among the environments that we support. So you can actually do like pretty solid control. Gotta go, I'll join more often. Speak if you're interested, just shoot me a follow. See you around. Thanks for dropping by. Using Isaac Gym Torch doesn't let me use VS Code, so I isolated, compile, and import local Gym Torch. I see. I guess that works. It's just annoying to have to distribute it with Puffer. Like, you have to distribute it with PufferLib then, right? Unless you make a separate pip package out of Gym Torch. Is that what you did? You need to have a standalone Gym Torch pip package. Yeah, but if you put it in the env repo, you got to distribute Gym Torch with PufferLib, which I don't even think you can do because that's NVIDIA code. I don't even think you can do that. Oh my God. I mean, this is running. And then some of these are not actually. So let's go look. Oops. We don't need wrap tensor. This is imported. Torch. Oops. Running headless without debugger GymTorch seems to work. Yeah, we need to get I need to make sure it renders as well in the Docker. I haven't gotten there yet. To give you an idea, so this is 959 lines. I haven't optimized any of these. We probably don't need all of these. So really the core environment code that we're dealing with here. Okay, so this is their old, like the PhysHOI humanoid env. I think it was 600 some odd lines. I've gotten it down to 323 lines. And then the base environment here, I've gotten it down to 109 lines. So it's substantially shorter than before. And it doesn't have a million frickin' functions either. Cannot change and distribute. Isaac Gym preview. What's the license on Isaac Gym? Isaac Gym is open source. It's Apache. Oh, maybe we can distribute GymTorch then. Actually, wait, yeah, we can distribute this. So we can do whichever, to be fair. I still think it's better to not have to include all of frickin' GymTorch and PufferLib. You know, I figure that it would be probably what we should do is we just should have, you know, we should just have a download of Isaac Gym that works, that's fixed up, and we'll just stick it on a container for him. And we'll put it on our main container as well, just so people can use it. But it won't be in PufferLib. I think that's the best thing to do. Where did I get this num inner iterations from? Where I got it from somewhere. Downloading, installing. Well, this is why we'd put it on a container. I mean, because, like, regardless, they're going to have to set up Isaac Gym, right? Like, they have to set it up regardless. We can't bundle Isaac Gym itself with PufferLib. So, like, regardless of whether we put GymTorch, like, there's no point in putting GymTorch in PufferLib because we can just fix it in Isaac. In fact, I fixed it in Isaac with one line. I don't know if you saw. all I did was I just added the source files right here. So it actually moves the source files to the correct spot. That's all. So we can totally just like have a version of this we distribute, and that's just already pre-installed on the Docker container, right? And then we'll just hand the client the Docker container. People can use it through Docker, or if they want to install our version separately, they can do that as well. Wait, what the heck? They just had the license on, where the hell is the license? Omniverse Isaac Sim. I thought it was... Isaac Lab is open sourced. Is Isaac Sim not open source? Is it called Isaac? Is this what it is? Omniverse Isaac Sim? Isaac Sim. Well, they have... Where the heck is the license on the, whatever. It's like 3 minor changes. If we have to distribute like a post-install script or whatever, we will. Let me double check this. They open sourced it, but then they have a weird license. IsaacGym/Python. NVIDIA. But they open source the thing. How can they release the code but say you can't use it? How does that make any sense? The heck is the license? Like, this doesn't make sense. Is it Omniverse? Is that different? We kind of got to figure this out. Open source. I don't understand the license. This seems like something we have to bring up, right? Gotta get off. Okay. Um, I'll keep on this for a bit. This doesn't affect us at the very least because it's just we have a wrapper anyways. It's whatever. We might have to distribute some like post install script or whatever, but man. Inner. It does have warm start. Simprems flex. Ah, there's an underscore. My bad. create sim, incompatible. Okay. Device, graphics device, physics engine, RAMs. The following argument types are supported. Isaac Jim, a compute device, int, equals 0. Let me see it. This is create sim. I can find it here. Index of CUDA enabled GPU. Oh, okay. Sim type. Okay, so this just wants an index. That's for now. And this should be, we'll do compute device. This will be compute device. Yay. Not connected. Did this run? I think it ran. Solid. Can we get this working without headless? Headless. It should just do render, right? Okay, still failing. Graphics device, else this is 0. Segfault. But I'm not doing this. I'm rendering on my local machine. Docker container does not support rendering. Well, shoot. Really? Wait, we include the appropriate components in the sample Docker file. Oh. Hang on. They fixed it. Maybe, Vulkan utils. Okay. So, can I just do this? No Vulkan utils. I fear that this is too old. That's obnoxious. So basically, very old container to render. Debugging Vulkan. Maybe I don't need this. And then user share. Any chance that this renders? Oh ho! It works. That's impressive. I got it working in a Docker. Very nice. And then we, oops, copy this. Just so I don't lose this. Hey man, care to explain what you're doing? Junior software engineer at a fintech firm looking to get an ML. Zero actual experience, just bought hands-on ML book, haven't started it properly. So currently, I'm working with the high fidelity physics sim, Isaac Gym. Let me see if there is. Where's some images? So you're not able to follow along because I'm just dealing with horrible infrastructure mess at the moment. So this is Isaac Gym. It's a high-performance physics simulator by NVIDIA. It's kind of old. They've released some new stuff, but a lot of people still use this because the new stuff has some issues. So right now I've just been trying to get the renderer working for this. But generally, what's happened with this library is that 3 consecutive generations of PhD students have just written wrappers over each other's code. So this sim is really good, but the code to use it is a total nightmare. So what I've been doing today is I've been stripping down all that code to the bare minimum, trying to get a really simple, nice example of this environment up and running, and then integrate it with PufferLib, which is the library I developed for ultra high performance reinforcement learning. And if I'm able to get all this stuff working, then basically we'll have this very nice high performance physics sim that people like, combined with my popular, very, very high performance, easy to use reinforcement learning library. So a lot of high fidelity continuous control stuff will get a lot easier. That's currently what I'm working on. Okay, so this has I think this renders now. I see. I mean, it's part of what I stream for. Okay, so this is the Isaac Gym renderer. We got the viewer, we got the sim, we got perf. This all works. Now, there's nothing loaded into it. There's no scene or anything because it's just the base env, but this actually works. Num instances is 0 in renderer, nothing to do. Okay, so that actually doesn't look great. Maybe the screen shouldn't be black. Maybe there should at least be like a background scene color. But hey, I got something to run, and it ran first try on the code. So I think that that's pretty damn good. As soon as I fixed up all the Isaac Gym errors, code ran first try. That's pretty damn good. So let me see, what is this num instances? Do you suggest to do a master's and then a PhD in ML? I assume that you're not in the US. So in the US, you don't do a master's and then do a PhD. You go straight from undergrad into PhD, and some PhD programs allow you to get a master's as part of your PhD program. But typically, if you get a master's in the US, then that's like a negative for doing a PhD. I only suggest doing a PhD if you're really sure that you want to do a PhD, basically. So in my case, I did a PhD because I had a very specific project that I needed 5 years to fully develop in order to advance a specific area of science. And I wasn't going to be able to do it in industry, and it was way too premature to do as a startup. So that's why I did a PhD. Um, you pretty much should have a very strong reason for wanting to do a PhD because, it's 5 years of your life. You can do a lot of other things in 5 years. It's 5 years with not a ton of funding and, having to work within academic constraints. So, yeah. Suggested a master's. Master's is fine. Master's is quick. Often, depending on your university, you can literally just do a master's as part of your undergrad. Like in my undergrad, you could just get a master's as part of your 4-year degree. Other pretty credible people have said read a bunch of papers and make projects and iterate. Pretty much just that. In fact, that's exactly what I suggest in, I don't know if you're interested in RL specifically, but for my stuff, I've got on both my X, and I believe, do I have it here? Yeah, I got the RL Quick Start Guide on puffer.ai. So this is all of my tips on how to get into reinforcement learning. And I also have this video, which is like a nice overview of the current landscape of RL. I want to get into AI in healthcare. Lost. Okay, I didn't see that part. Yeah, it depends what branch of AI in healthcare. You don't need to do a PhD to be an AI, I will say. I mean, it makes it easier to get hired at specific research labs, but AI is changing so much, like it's going to be a totally different field in 5 years. You're going to be really annoyed because the field's going to look completely different in 5 years from what you do now. Why is masters looked down on? It's not looked down on in general. It's only that like you don't tend to do a master's followed by a PhD, because a master's, I guess if you did it integrated in your undergrad, maybe, but they're gonna make you redo it anyways, and it's like 2 years extra or a year extra, and then you're gonna do 5 years as a PhD. It's just too much. Like you pick one or the other, and you do that. That's only in the U.S. In Europe, I believe that they do their master's in 2 years or whatever, and then they do their PhD in 2 or 3 years. It's different. In the US, typically, you do your undergrad, you either do straight to PhD or you work for like a maximum of 2 years. You join a startup, you join a big tech company, something like that, and then you apply. And within a couple years, you don't want to wait too long after undergrad, you go back and do your PhD. Thank you so much. Nothing too focused on. Open to really just want a better healthcare through tech. Yeah, it very much is. If I weren't working on this, I'd probably be working on that. The main problem with healthcare for me is that there's just so much regulation. It's really hard to do anything fast. I like to work in spaces where I can just solve stuff overnight super fast if I'm clever, if I'm doing stuff the right way. Um, Literally just the last week I rewrote an hyperparam algorithm in a day, and it's like completely changed the way that I'm looking at the field now. Um, it's hard to do that type of thing when there's like 5 years of regulatory approval. Canada's more European. I don't know how it works in Canada. It might be that Canada might have the European model. But in the US, your PhDs are 5 or 6 years. You do them after undergrad typically. Some places, maybe there's a way to cut off years with a master, but like with MIT, if you don't get your master's from MIT, they make you redo it anyways. So it's like, do we want a master's student who's like gonna have to redo? It's like you're kind of wasting your time spinning your wheels at that point. It's too much. Oh, I haven't added an environment is why. Yeah, so this is fine. This is obvious. There's nothing to render because I haven't set up any environments. This is fine. Only issue with healthcare, it's so archaic. So much work. Yeah, I really don't like spaces that force you to move slow. I get bored. When stuff is slow, I get bored, and when I get bored, I can no longer focus on my work. And I like lose all excitement. Um, I don't know. I think I'm interested in like crazy out there stuff in healthcare. Like, I don't know, can we get AI to design nanobots that like, I don't know, remove all the buildup in our arteries and like, I don't know, kill disease cell, like kill viruses and stuff? That sounds cool. That sounds completely insane, but fun to think about. Can we do that? By 2050, I would like to be able to run a 1 hour marathon and deadlift 5,000 pounds. I don't know, AI, get us there somehow. Okay, I mean, this test seems to work, so let's do the other one, which I'm sure will take much longer. Nanobots, and yeah, I'm sure, because it's like some sci-fi stuff, but like, what's the point of getting up in the morning to work on this shit if you can't build some sci-fi? I'll build some sci-fi, you know? I'll probably write a fun article at some point. Here, I have one silly article that's on X. I really like this article. Um, I'll link it. It's a short read, it's fun. It's like kind of tongue-in-cheek, but also kind of serious. Self.sim. Let's pull the PhysHOI code. Gosh. 8:52. I'm gonna give another half hour, maybe an hour. Lately, it's literally been if I'm not sleeping, exercising, or eating, I'm coding. It's been a lot. But I got a little trip lined up for next week, so I'll get a bit of rest. Gotta get this stuff done though first for client. Self.sim. Alright, this is in base task. Self.sim. Excuse me. Where the hell is self.sim? Create sim. Oh wait, hold on. Is there garbage code being garbage? Self.sim equals self.gym.createSim. All right. So we can just do this. Nums. We add nums 8. Gym.createActor. Asset. Pose. Name. String. Group. Int. Filter int. Invoked with gym. Env. None. Failed to load is why. Copy fizz. Data. Assets. Failed to load. Okay. So invoked with gym, env, asset, transform, humanoid, quarks, name, group, filter. That looks good to me, so let me just see if they're out of order or some weird thing. In the docs. Okay. Env, asset, pose, name, group, filter, segmentation ID. Huh? Something screwy. Type and typing. Int. Type start. The heck is wrong with this thing? Incompatible function arguments. Let's see. I'm sure I'm just misreading it, and there's like a type mismatch. Ah, lowercase id. See? Just a typo. Okay. Get actor cannot be used. Please use the tensor API if possible. Okay. I will look into that. 9 p.m. I'd like to at least get this thing to run. If I get this thing to run, I can clean it up tomorrow, and I'm confident that I'll have this done in time. Double check some messages. Let's see the order that they call this. Okay, so they call this here. Cannot be used after the simulation starts. Well, you created the env instances here. Where do you call super? Well, this is, hold on, this is create envs. What do you call this? Then there's create sim. So you call create sim. Yeah, why aren't we doing this? I actually don't know what the hell they're doing here. Limits. Oh, I see, because they're doing... So we do DOF states tensor. Okay, so we get this. And we breakpoint here and figure out what the fuck. What is also puffer? Apparently the network is fucked. Wait, what? Hang on, where is this happening? Is it this? Get active. Where the heck? Okay, hold on. Something's screwy. Okay, begin aggregate, right? So this dies on create actor. Because what? Let me see what the hell's wrong with this. So it's in the loop. It's in the create ems loop. Where is it? So right here, begin aggregate. So create env, begin aggregate, and then they call build env. Is this completely different? Well, no, it's not. Hey, how's it going? This is pain and suffering. Call filter. Env ID. So these are fine, right? And then they call create actor here. No idea. I'm pretty much always live though. It's like if I'm not eating, sleeping, or exercising, I'm probably live. Ran 4 kilometers today at a 9:30 pace, which I would say is not bad for literally day 3 of running from being out of the hospital. Tomorrow will be 5 kilometers. Probably a 10-minute pace, we'll see. How bad was the pneumonia? It nearly killed me. Almost didn't make it to 28. Luckily, I ran 1,500 miles last year, so I was in pretty damn good shape. If I'd run 500, I would have been dead. Stay in shape. It helps. Hang on, wait. Create actor. Where's create env called? I see create actor. Is this... Where's the loop? Okay, so they do create env, and then begin aggregate. And then they call build env, which is this. So I don't think I'm doing anything that shouldn't be allowed here. Create actor. This is crashing on create actor. Before calling gym.simulate. Okay. Wait. This is in step. It shouldn't call gym simulate here, right? This is in frickin' init, right? Unless am I stupid here? What's going on? Oh wait, did I put the... Okay, hold on. I think it's not here, right? Okay, yeah, it's not here. It's not here, right? Okay, so there's nothing there. Prepare sim. Do not call prepare sim. Ah. You don't call prepare sim until you're ready to prepare the damn sim, apparently. Nice. What version of CUDA? If you have a modern GPU, just use PufferTank. It's easier. It comes pre-installed. NVIDIA SMI 12.4, driver version 550. Like, just use PufferTank. All you need is your base NVIDIA drivers on your system, and PufferTank will take care of everything else. It's really easy to dev in, and if you use VS Code, you can trivially connect VS Code to the container. This is another thing for you to pick up. I highly, highly suggest picking up containerized development. VirtualM sucks, Conda sucks, all the other tooling in Python sucks. You just get a Docker container and then you never have problems again. It's great. These are like tips I'm giving you that will save you many, many hundreds of hours. Just container it. You don't need containers for everything, but as soon as you have a project that has moderately annoying dependencies, which is basically everything in AI because of CUDA, you just throw it in a container and you're happy. And if you break your container, it's literally 5 seconds to reset it. Oops. Hey, stick around. You'll learn some cool stuff. Ask in terms of ML projects, what would be the best way to make something of worth? Would it be a full stack application? They could have user base. Regards. I mean, it depends on your level of experience. The absolute basics for getting into machine learning is one very easy course. Do this. This is, at least as of the last time I've checked, the best course in deep learning. Go watch the lectures online by either Justin or Andre. Either of those two lecturers will be the good ones. Do the assignments. You'll implement your own autograd. This will give you foundational experience in ML without giving you obsessive amounts of math that don't really help. This is like the base. Didn't suck as much info. Yeah? Hey, build some cool M's, right? That's how open source works. I mean, that's the most advising I do, really, is like people submit environments that they've built. Some are small, some are medium, some are quite large and complex, and I code review the entire thing. So when people submit me very shitty code, I give them tons of code style tips. When people submit me very good code, I think about how to restructure things. When people have RL errors in their code, I explain to them why you want to design things a certain way to make it easier for RL, so on and so forth. Lines or complexity? Let's say that the complexity would be about how many lines the code base would be if I wrote it. Let's say that. What's going on here? Ultra high performance reinforcement learning dev, my friend. My blinder, is this the wrong? And from there, after the Stanford course, what's the next step? If you look at my quick start guide, you can apply the same reasoning to basically any other subfield of ML. You'd familiarize yourself with the top, let's say the top 10 most important papers in the last 10 years in the subfield that you care about, or in the specific area that you care about. You probably should expand to more than that over time, but let's start with 10. You'd start off doing some projects, doing some do some applications, do some research, get some experience, get, a feel for how to make things actually work, and go from there. It's generally how things work. Okay, so I just did this out of order. Low equals. What was the other? For C? I didn't recommend you a course for C. CS 106X is taught in C++. C++ is not fun, but it's just a core algorithms and data structures course. You at least need one core algorithms and data structures course. The C++ is very painful, but yeah. Dude, am I just trolling? What's wrong with me? Box. Low, high, shape, D type. Low, high, shape. Oh, I didn't do it here, dumbass. Getting tired. Doing stupid shit. Got it, understood, thank you. Now you're good. That's why I stream. Get people involved with stuff, right? And hey, who knows? Maybe people want to come over to RL to do some cool stuff. Because in RL, you can actually make awesome progress without owning 2,000 GPUs. So it's pretty fun. It's going to solve tons and tons of industrial processes as well. Okay. RL what? So this is what I developed. Ultra high performance reinforcement learning library. All these environments run 1,000,000 steps per second per CPU core. They run on web. The trained agents run on web. You can play the games yourself. If I just press shift, I'll take over for this bot that's playing here. Take my hands off, the bot takes over. You can do it with, all sorts of different environments. Here's Enduro. Here's a freaking full MMO. We got all sorts of fun stuff here. We got a MOBA, all sorts of stuff. Like 100 to 1,000 times faster than most of the field. And very, very easy to use. So this is what I'm currently building. All free, all open source, contributor led. It's a fun time. Indeed. If I sound mildly irritable, it's just because I've been coding for a good 12 hours today so far. Nope, no RL for LLMs. When you do RL for LLMs, that's when I gotta go raise 50 million in VC and go deal with that mess. I'm very happy not having to deal with that and working on something a bit different from what most people are doing at the moment. This is going to solve a lot of problems a lot cheaper than LLMs and a lot better as well. Best paying position in the field of ML. If you mean just like cash comp and such and like not doing your own thing, then OpenAI probably or Anthropic. A 7-figure comp. What would you suggest? I mean, yeah, it's like if you want to work on like frontier LLM stuff and make 7 figures, you go to like to OpenAI or Anthropic or X, one of the big labs that's very well funded. I mean, you've got to be good, at least reasonably good. How easy for you? I mean, it's not like it was more serendipity than anything. I had published a single author paper in natural language processing, and I was at NeurIPS, and Ilya gave a cool talk about like the need for developing more RL environments. And I went up to him after the talk and said, "Hey, I'm building the exact stuff that you're talking about, but I'm an undergrad with 2 GPUs." And he sent me over to Philip, who was doing some work at OpenAI. And I chatted with Philip. I got interviews. It was a very good interview process. They basically had me give a presentation to the company and then chat with 3 other researchers for an hour apiece. And they were like, okay, you're super motivated to do this research. You know what you're talking about. And I got an internship. And then after that, I followed Philip to MIT and Philip became my advisor. Got 20K credits in AWS GPU instances. Those will go really fast because they're very overpriced. Personal setup with 192 gigs VRAM. Depends what GPUs you have, though, is the thing. The obnoxious thing about language models, I guess you can maybe do something with like a multi-4090 rig or something, but really like, oh, VRAM, not RAM. Do you have a bunch of 800s? You can probably do some small stuff. I mean, still, even with like a decent local setup, though, like the labs have like several thousand times that. I mean, if you have 8 GPUs, they have 80,000 GPUs. So just like the fact that you can run one experiment at a time for several days, it's very, very difficult to do stuff that way. 6,000. You can dabble and do a few things with that if you want. I don't know. See, the thing with RL, like, here, let me show you this. When I say we can do stuff fast, I think we're on a different page about the scale that we're talking here. So we only have like 9 GPUs in a cluster, 9 different machines. But like I can run literally thousands of experiments on these, and I can get like comprehensive results on basically anything that I want because all of our stuff is so fast. Here, this is 20 experiments that I ran on Neural MMO3 starting this morning, which is probably our heaviest environment. Still 20 environments completed. You can start to see, where is it? MinComProf. Yeah, we're starting to get some results here. Here's 168 experiments I ran in about a day on a different environment. Here's comprehensive analysis of how much compute you have to spend to get each level of result. I have the same thing for a half dozen other environments, and I can just continue running these constantly on like just a couple of GPUs. So like that's a very different scale and a very different level of, confidence in your results compared to you can kind of run a small model like one at a time and do some stuff. It's very annoying. Going to LM development as main source. Wait, so you see? I mean, no, not necessarily. It's consistent. I mean, the alternative is you start your own thing, right? In any area of AI. Engine RL would be making big money soon. The thing is, like, if I wanted to work on LLMs, I could be very, very good on LLMs within 2 months. Like, it's all the same stuff. Engineering skill transfers basically everywhere in AI. And most of the algorithms are pretty darn, like in architectures, are pretty darn similar at this point. There's really not a massive gap. I've worked in natural language processing, I've worked in computer vision, now I work in reinforcement learning. It's really not that easy to switch around. Actually, RL is kind of the hardest one because RL takes the most engineering, except for maybe the guys that make the GPUs run fast, like in a massive distributing setting. Your compute is slow though. What? Oh yeah, his compute, yeah. And those cards are pricey too. Our boxes are about $5,000, between 4,000 and 5,500 a piece for a full, a full training box. So I mean, it's more than, more than a usual desktop you'd buy, but in the scheme of AI, really, really cheap. We can get a cluster. We have like our current cluster is, I think, 40 grand. And the new cluster we'll get with 40 nodes will be less than $250,000 for 40 machines. And still very pricey for me, but it's like, in the scheme of things, not much. Where are you buying? Main Gear. We've gotten all our stuff from Main Gear so far. They're pretty good. Stuff goes wrong with desktops because, they're desktops, but support's pretty good. Markup's pretty low. It's nice. It's better than nothing. Yeah. RL project. Pick any industrial problem that you're interested in that's like framed as a learn from simulator and do that. What would you suggest someone with experience in deep learning to venture into RL for robotics and hardware? If they're good projects, suggest to start with the gain experience. I mean, you're probably looking at stuff like playing around with MJX, like the fast new vectorized Majoko, or Isaac. Isaac Jim's a pain. Yeah, probably MJX stuff is probably the nicest. Getting some stuff up and running is important. Getting some, getting some humanoids to do some stuff, or quadrupeds to do some stuff. For like relatively newer people, there's going to be a minimum bar, right? Like you have to at least know the basics of, You got to at least know the basics. But probably looking for startups to join would be the easiest thing initially, to join in some capacity. Why is RL compute expensive? It's not. Less expensive. I didn't see the less. Because we just need 4090s, and we only really need one per machine. I can train at 1,000,000 steps per second on a 4090. I can literally train on more data than GPT-4 on one GPU. We have infinite data. And we have infinite data and we get it at over a gigabyte a second. We can train on a gigabyte of data per second. It's a very different scale of things. Can we see some coding now, please? Yep, good point. I got distracted because I'm half asleep. I was trying to figure out why the hell all these body IDs are -1. Where do these get set? Humanoid handles. Join paid or unpaid. Depends on your level of experience. Ideally, if you're doing something useful, you get paid. And startups generally don't like it when you ask for high cash comp. So if you can get paid in mostly equity plus like basic living expenses, that's ideal. Because startups, depending on how much they've raised, they only have so much runway to burn. So they're happier to give more equity, a lot of them. And also, like, your equity isn't worth anything unless the startup does well. So you're very incentivized to help them do well. That's mostly why. So these handles are all going to be 0 because we're only adding one humanoid per env, I believe. So these are all 0, but that's fine. And then wait, I think I see the issue. Don't need to preload. The models are absolutely tiny in RL. Between 100,000 parameters and, I mean, the biggest models in RL are like 168 million, but you're never going to see that outside of really large industry projects. But the thing is, we solve problems with that. We actually solve stuff with that. Isn't that cool? Okay, so I'm confused as to why the feet are not in here. Let me figure this out. This is screwing up because the feet are not in here for some reason. Okay, so I changed the contact bodies here. Oh, wait, hold on. You can just add stuff to these, I think. I think I can just add these. I think it's that easy. I think you just do this. Right foot. Left foot. I have no idea how this actually resolves. Startups don't really entertain juniors. Well, I mean, how do you think companies work? Do you think that's any different? Like, yeah, you got to develop some skills. I mean, the way to get hired is to get good fast, right? I worked damn hard when I started. I work pretty hard now, but I worked harder then. Is this not in here? Companies will take juniors. I mean, that's always an option, right? It's just trickier to get into specialized like research or science, ML positions as a junior, because usually it's like, it's actually kind of one of the things that a master's is decent for, is getting into like some like ML engineering position. That's like if a master's will do that for you. And that's like you can do that if you're smart, you can do that during your 4-year degree, depending on your university, or in just one extra year. Ideally, you do it in your degree, you don't pay for it. That's one nice thing about PhD. They don't pay you much, but at least you don't pay for it. But it's 5 freaking years. Okay. Head. Exists. Does not have a foot. L toe. Yeah, we don't care about most of these. Way too many joints. Okay, remember learning some RL. A different technique. Stuff like Rainbow is still used, which is deep Q learning with the whole kitchen sink of improvements thrown at it. And PPO is still one of the best algorithms out there. It's in 2017, I believe, it was published. No, I should not consider buying the parts myself, man. The total markup is like about $1,000 per machine. It's not worth my time to spend like, several hours assembling and then troubleshooting and all of that. I spend enough damn time on cluster maintenance as is. It's absolutely not worth my time. It's not 40%. I mean, based on the parts I've looked up, it's like on a $5,500 machine, it's about $1,300 at most. I wouldn't be sure that that's better than Rainbow, to be honest. There really aren't enough environments. It's possible that looks decent, but I don't know. The thing that you're thinking of. Dude, I've built PCs. Where is it? Where's my shitty high school website? I thought I had it. Oh, here it is. Alright, this is from high school. Alright, like this is from high school. I've built shit. I've built like a good, I don't know, half dozen different PCs. It's just not worth the time. Okay, why is this not being found? Find actor, rigid body handle. Env pointer, actor handle. Body name. Humanoid handles. Append. Handle. You can do that. That's perfectly valid. Yeah, I'd rather put that time into trying to find, a third contract, or like, third, fourth, fifth contracts for Puffer. I'm already saving so much money by having the cluster in the first place versus renting the, versus getting the machines off of AWS or whatever. GCE. I'm very confused as to why this is not key bodies. Find rigid body handle. I was freaking. Maybe GPT has seen enough Isaac Gym code. Who knows? I don't know what's wrong with this. The sim is freaking kind of cursed. Hang on. It's hard for me to recommend a path I wouldn't want to take myself, right? Healthcare later. I mean, like, it makes sense, but it's not something I would do personally. So, like, it's hard to recommend. Arch on a surface. Yeah. I mean, it depends where you are in your life, right? If you're single in your early 20s, it's like you can kind of do whatever. If there are complications, then there are complications. Why wouldn't you want to take it? Because leak coding my way into an SWE job with other people that have leak coded their way into the same job would cause me absolutely fucking crippling depression. I've simply worked too hard to be comfortable with, like, to be happy with doing that. Try this. Much more self-aware. I try to be. I don't know. I've got some crazy views about AI in the future that, get me up in the morning. Though, unlike some of the crazy doomers, they don't really have any immediate implications other than build a bunch of cool shit nice and fast. So, that's fair if you've got debt and stuff. I mean, you can do that pretty quickly with just about any software engineering job these days, if you're not spending a ton. I mean, the thing is, they're all in super high cost of living areas where doing anything is very expensive. So you got to be a little bit, you kind of don't get to have much fun in that sense for a bit, but yeah. I don't know, man. It really depends on how good you are and how many years you've got, like, to learn stuff before then. I tried to do like PhD research positions out of undergrad, and it's like obviously people are like, no, dude, come back after you've done your PhD. But then by the time I've done my PhD, I don't really want to do that anymore. I want to do my own thing. You know? Get actor rigid body. Did you just make this function up, GPT, you dumb piece of shit? Uh, I've gotten a little bit vulgar and irritable at this hour because again, I've been coding since I don't know, like 7:30 or 8 a.m. It's almost 10. So pardon my French. Aw, did you do this again? You did it again. This stupid thing. Ever thought about returning to the West Coast? I do. I'm in Florida with family for the colder months, and I spend some months in the summer in Palo Alto. I can kind of work from wherever. I just need my desktop set up in a gym. That's all I need. Ideally somewhere to run. Though occasionally I have to figure out server maintenance shenanigans. Assuming you're a junior software engineer with minimal AI. I mean, it depends on how hard you're willing to work and how good you are at learning stuff. Probably the most realistic thing to aim for would be like an applied ML position. I think that they still have those with, I think that they still have those without like master's requirements or anything. They're mostly positions where companies are throwing relatively simple ML models at their specific data. You could look into that. But it depends. Are you going to be happy doing that? It sounds like you want to do something initially to get yourself into a good spot, which is totally valid. Better responses to equal bio with the code. I mean, I probably shouldn't be using 4.0 either. Everything, doesn't that mess you up longer term because it's like storing everything? That's funny. Okay, so wait, this is finding the indices. Doesn't have left foot and right foot, so let's get rid of those. I don't actually know where these came from because I didn't see it in the XML. But these are there. Find gem. Wait, find. Wait, isn't this the same freaking thing? Find asset rigid body index. Humanoid asset. Can I just do this? Wait, env pointer. No, because this is just the humanoid asset. Interesting. I don't know. I'm not really a power user of LLMs. I mostly just use it to see like, hey, like I'm not really using it to try to figure this out. I'm using it to see if it happens to have, it happens to have this in its code from like, it's indexed some weird like some weird random forum post or something that has this code in it. So I'm basically using it as a fuzzy search engine. If it doesn't know, I don't keep trying to get it to figure it out, right? It's like, okay, not in docs, cool. I don't know, should I go get DeepSeek R1 whale model? Or does it report all of your prompts to the Chinese government? His study for midterms. Dude, high school sucked. That's the actual hardest I've ever worked. Fucking hell. Why do I have 8 people watching me suffer through this ridiculous API? That's kind of funny. Well, this will be pretty nice once it works. This will be probably less than half the length of the original Isaac Gym code, which was god awful, and like a fifth of the number of methods. So this should make it substantially easier to deal with Isaac Gym once it works. It's not bad for having only been working on this for a day. Want to get into this? Ugh. You shouldn't be suffering through things like this. Things should just be easy. Like, when I'm writing C environments, right, all of our M's in Puffer are in pure C. It's the easiest damn thing ever. It's great. You can build all sorts of awesome stuff so quickly, and everything is simple and easy and just makes sense. And then I do this, and it's some god-awful Python API that has no freaking error checking and is just horrible. I swear, C is much easier than this. At least drink something. Some seltzers. If you want to specialize in RL, I've laid the groundwork for you. Just gotta get building some stuff after your midterms. C is simpler. It's also faster, though, and lets you build tons of stuff fast. So, what's the excuse? Why is this complicated? C is the worst? Have you read our C code? It's real easy. Here. I'm gonna sell you on this in like basically no lines of code. Here's our multi-agent snake environment. It runs at several million steps per second on one core. There you go. It's 325 lines of brain dead easy code. Now tell me that's bad. Look at the file. Just open the file, like open the snake file, read that. That's multi-agent snake at millions of steps per second. This is in fact Neovim here. We have a dozen of those. Some of them are better written than others. We've got a full MOBA, we've got an MMO written in C. No. Seg faults aren't a problem. See, the thing that's the problem is nobody told you about this little flag right here. Right here. Nobody told you about this F-sanitize. This flag right here. And then this tells you when you're out of bounds in memory and catches like 95% of your seg faults and tells you exactly why. And then you don't have that problem anymore. They didn't tell me about that in undergrad either, and I didn't like C in undergrad. C++ sucks. I'd really like to at least fix this bug tonight, and I can't think of why this would be the case. Is it like somehow not... End pointer's m's of 0. Dude, we've all done it. Fucking shit. Alright. This is also written in C. This is an MMO. These agents are running in your browser. It's got leveling, it's got items, it's got equipment, it's got trade and economy. There's also this MOBA. This is written in C. This is like a League of Legends or Defense of the Agents. These agents are running in your browser. They're 5 unique characters with skills and, you know, all sorts of abilities. They're creeps, they're neutrals, hostiles. It's also in C. You got lots of stuff. What have I got against C++? It gives programmers too many ways to get clever and too clever for their own good. People love using them. Stop being clever. Be real stupid. Do everything stupid. Do it stupidest way possible. It'll be easy. How about that? Oops, wrong one. I actually managed to comment out the wrong block of code. That's how tired I am. I gotta go sleep soon. I really want to fix a bug. Dude, we've all been there. You're not gonna get any good instruction out of that. I made Minecraft mods to start programming. I made some... Why is this... LOL, somebody else took the friggin' username. Where is it? That's so funny. Literally in the last few months. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I made some shitty mods. Quant dev is essentially, doesn't have to be. Nothing better about writing clever C++. It's kind of a nightmare. Yeah, Java actually teaches you negative programming. You actually are a worse programmer for learning Java than for if you do not ever touch Java. I'm really confused as to how this thing doesn't work. Did I screw up the signature somehow? What's this function? Find asset. Wait, is this not what it is? Find actor. Find actor rigid body handle, pointer handle body name. Humanoid handles. No, I have it right. So is this not getting registered somehow? Wait, what? I'm losing credibility for having written Java when I was 14. LNNs. I actually don't know what that is. What architecture is that? Link paper. Liquid. Is this a thing? Aggregate and append, right? It allows. Well, then I can tell you it's not going to be useful right off the bat. You're losing credibility since you're denouncing. Dude, it's actually impossible to write good code in Java. Let me give you an example. So this thing here, robocode, this is a tool, an environment. It's like a bot fighting game that was used to teach Java. The source code for this is tens of thousands of lines and has hundreds of files in Java. This prototype is like 300 lines of C and is about 1,000 times faster, if not 10,000 times faster. And I have a guy working on this now, and it's going to be feature complete with the original in less than 1,000 total lines. So yes, Java is stupid. There's your example. It's literally like how to write good Java is just how to write bad code. It's like anti-pattern hell. Did I miss a line here? Enable humanoid handle, set depth of field, set actor properties. I actually don't know what's wrong here. This looks to be exactly the same. You kidding? Dude, is there a PDF for this that's like you don't have to frickin'... It's random ass paper. C sharp. C sharp is like kind of okay. There's pretty good tooling around it. It's what Unity uses. I've had to write some C sharp. It's like moderately less bad, I guess. I don't like it. I mean, and to be fair, Unity is not really C sharp. It's like its own framework thing, so it's kind of a domain-specific version of it. JSTOR can go die. Screw JSTOR. Robocode. Well, we were re-implementing it in C because the Java version sucks. You can't use the... It's too... First of all, it's a mess to even get working. Second of all, it's way too slow. So I made a prototype of it, and now we have a contributor who's finishing it. That's been a pretty good pattern, is I prototype stuff, and then I find a contributor to finish it. Because it lets me get, like, the key data structures correct. Build action. Build action PD offsets. Let's see. PD offsets, right? Okay, so they do create emps. And then, hold on, there's a super create emps that I missed. Isn't there? Wait, create emps. Okay, this is in create sim. Hold on. See why this code sucks? Oh, wait, I know. I know what it is. I think I know. I bet it's this. I bet this has to go here. Where is it called prepare sim? It's in the base. Okay, so it calls prepare sim in the init. So where's super init here? super init is, huh? Oh, wait, no, because it's the weird thing, okay. Give me 1 second, I just gotta finish this thought. So, because it calls super init, and then this calls, so this calls create sim. And then if I go back here, fucking object-oriented programming is a piece of shit, and this is why. This calls, okay, so super create sim is here. Oh wait, no, this creates the sim, and then it creates the ems. Okay, so right after PD control, which is right there. And I just have to do this, and this, and this goes right after PD control. Otherwise, it's sim now. Okay. Let me see. Archive version. Math everywhere that you've sent me at this hour. Update by ODE solver. There's no way this is fast. There's just no way this is fast, right? Alright, until I'm told this is fast, it's like, no. Want to ask, you said, OpenAI internship, meeting Ilya, and 3... Yeah, I published, so I did a lot of research. I did the full core of my undergrad degree my freshman year. I started doing research at the start of my sophomore year. I'd done some research before that, but I started again then. And after about 6 months of research, I submitted and published my first paper, which was a single author NLP paper. Wasn't an amazing paper, but it was a published paper. And I went to NERPS to present that. I happened to go to a talk that Ilya was giving. He was talking about some of the early Dota stuff and RoboSumo and all this RL. I'd already started coding up Neural MMO as a side project at this point, and he was talking about the need for more complex environments. So, this was in my jam. So I went up and talked to him about that. He sent me over to his colleague Philip, who then interviewed me as like a pre-round. Then I got invited to go to the HQ. I was local to the area, and I gave a presentation open to the company. That was their interview process. And then I had like 3 1-hour chats with various researchers. Had lunch with the company, and I got an offer after that. And I ended up spending 6 months there. And after that, I followed Philip to MIT because he was going to be a professor there. So I followed him there for my PhD. Oops. There we go. That was it. You had to prepare the sim. So I just had prepare sim in the wrong spot. At OpenAI? What do you mean at OpenAI? Internship, yeah. No, I've graduated my PhD. I finished my PhD last spring. Puffer AI is a company. I founded this and I'm working on Puffer full time. OpenAI no longer does the stuff that I was there working on. They just do language models now. It's not the same company. Controlling. Ah, okay, yeah, here. Um, there's really not anything I can do with this. Contact bodies. I'll just do this for now. So how are you making money if everything's open source? We're not making a ton of money yet, but we do have revenue. I'll show you. And what I'm doing right now is technically for a client. We sell service packages. So we make these tools. They're very good. They're incredibly fast. They're very easy to use. We're really pushing the frontiers of reinforcement learning. So if you have a company that has a problem that requires reinforcement learning that you're having a tough time with, which you probably are because reinforcement learning is hard, why wouldn't you want us on your side, right? We sell service contracts starting at 10K a month, which for a decent chunk of my time is a pretty darn good price. And it ramps up from there. You know, I have PhD buddies I can bring in as contractors for larger projects. This being one of them. So that's what we do. Goal is in the next several months to scale this so that we have 5 consistent clients, which would be 50K a month in revenue, which would be more than enough for us to, continue funding hardware expenses and large bounties and, other things around in the community. This is not an amazing business model by any means, but it's a viable one. This is not as much money as I could make doing other stuff, but it's perfectly serviceable and I think it can scale reasonably well, while also letting me revolutionize the field. How are you splitting payments? You mean with contractors? So the base is 10K, that covers my time. If they want a contractor, Puffer charges 10K and the contractor gets 7.5, which is just about the best possible rate you will find anywhere in consulting. Usually they keep less than half. We charge the client 10K, they get 7.5. And that's intended to be for quarter time work, so 10 hours a week. It's mainly for PhD students. It's like, hey, you can double your stipend in 10 hours a week. Mind you, the work is what the work is. The expectation is it probably should only take you about 10 hours a week. If it takes you longer, it takes you longer. But that's about the size that they're supposed to be. That's not considered an amazing rate. It's a pretty good rate. It's not an amazing rate. Will you operate as a startup with having engineers and employees? When we get larger, potentially, yes. But not until we have the consistent revenue to support that. I'm sure you'll be good in a few years, right? Contribute some cool stuff in the meantime. I want to get, once we get a little more revenue, right, I'm going to probably start putting up bounties on various things. Like here, one of the things that, and also there are other cool things. So like there's this collab with NYU where probably in the next couple weeks, we're going to need somebody to contribute a major piece of C code to an environment port, and that'll be authorship on a publication. So there will be, you know, academic collabs as well. What are your goals for the next quarter? I don't operate in quarters. Quarters are too short. I think about the year, and in the year, the goal is to make reinforcement learning 10 times easier to get working on a new problem. So in the first like 8 months or so of Puffer, we made 1,000 times faster environments and training. So we can run so many more experiments than ever before. And we made a nice stable training system for that. Good hyperparameter sweep integrations, lots of things to make training nice and easy. In the next phase, we're going to take that, we're going to do more science side work in order to make the algorithms and training much more stable and therefore easier to get working on new problems. This needs to go. Wait, missing single observation space. This has single observation space. Missing required attribute. Self. That's funny. Am I being dumb here? Is this defined as a property or something? It's not defined as a property. Single? Do I have it spelled wrong? Single observation space. We're still doing for loops. You will enjoy the for loop. Oh, I'm dumb as hell. I see the problem. This is why I should just go to bed. Because I'm starting to do stupid shit. Where is this? Hold on. Currently suffering from decision paralysis, worked on stuff from web apps, embedded C to small ML stuff. Okay, good engineering background. So made me interested in too many things. I just have been doing ML since I was like 14, man. I did NLP for a bit. It was kind of boring. I did some vision for a bit. It was kind of boring. And then I stumbled on RL and it was like, whoa, this is the thing for long-term AI. And I still think it is. I still think that language models aren't everything. It's also tested on games, which is fun. It can solve lots of like interactive processes. RL's good. And it's like, it really rewards engineering. It rewards a lot of stuff. To be fair, it was quite miserable for several years. before I got good enough at the engineering to really crank on it. But now it's awesome. You know, you don't like you're allowed to do tons of different stuff as well. Like you don't have to do like the thing is that engineering skill is so core. Like like if you're a good engineer, you can float around and do whatever. You really can. But like actually a good engineer, not like the type of FANG engineer who gets paid $1 million a year to create more problems. Next breakthrough on the horizon for RL, ultra high quality hyperparameter sweeps. I did this last weekend. We've beat the heck out of the best existing hyperparameter sweep algorithm, and there's still some ideas I have left. I think we're going to get ridiculously good hyperparameter sweeps that are going to cut down on the experimentation time by a factor of about 4 or 5. I mean, this is kind of why I stream stuff. It's kind of cool, right? It's like watch reinforcement learning breakthroughs happen live. Yeah, that's good. Plus, good for the community, good for lots of stuff. This is a community project after all. Yeah, I'm gonna do a big blog post on it. You know, I've done that several times now, though. I've talked about it several times on stream. There's a bunch of math. I'm not great at math. My math is actually very, very mediocre. Oh, cool. We got past a knit. My math is very, very mediocre. But you know, we're making it work. Yeah, but of course your math is mediocre. You're like 16. I'm an MIT PhD. And better not ask me to do any stats. You're at the bottom 20% of your class? Dude, there's no way. Alright, you're too young to be at the bottom of your current math class. No, 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 that's no excuse. Learn your freaking calculus. You're allowed to get bored when you get into the obnoxious theoretical math courses that seem to have no link to anything. Not before then. Less than a 98 is a fail. Oh, that just means your grading system is retarded if it's a forced curve at 98. That's just retarded. I don't believe that. I don't think that's true anywhere. I went to a very good private school and it was only really the top 10% of the class that was any good. Like, I think the top 20 people go to Ivies from my high school, mostly Yale. It's a feeder to Yale. And then, like, it's usually like 2 or 3 to Stanford and a few other places. New Jersey. It looks like a good school. 13 to 1 teacher. Holy hell. Wait, is this only if you submit it? Is this only if you voluntarily submit your score, though? Oh, okay. 82 MIT. Oh, interested in colleges. Mhm. Dude, why are you complaining about your curriculum then? Like, obviously you have the same shitty AP curriculum as everyone because it's the fucking AP. Yeah, that's good. I was in Connecticut. Yeah, New England has the best high schools for the most part. The majority of programmers end up being like programmers are all mostly self-taught anyways. Like the curriculum doesn't do shit for you. Like your first intro course gets out like gives you some concepts that you probably missed. Like, get used to it. You think I got shit out of my intro series courses? No, I didn't. Except maybe the first couple. Start building stuff. Yeah, that's because software engineering is really freaking hard to learn. It like honestly, it really ought to be like an apprenticeship model type thing, because you kind of just have to learn from somebody who actually writes good code. Like of all the stuff I've learned, getting actually good at engineering has been the hardest thing. Like by a mile. Like research, not that hard. Science, not that hard. Writing code that doesn't make you want to rip your eyes out, very hard. You'd fix that shit if you want to go to a decent college. Holy hell. That actually matters, by the way. Learn to code from LeetCode? Yeah, that doesn't teach you how to code at all. That teaches you fuck all. Does teach you how to pass interviews, does not teach you how to write code. You're probably surrounded by really me or him? Isaac N. Step physics. See what this is. How's an open locker policy? If I want to know. Physics step. Assume it's this physics step. M step physics. I think this is just step. Yeah, this is just step. All right, boss, heading out. Thanks for dropping by. Why do you think companies value performance in leak code? Because they don't know how to interview. They just don't know how to interview. It takes too much effort and too much skill to be able to evaluate people, so I don't know how. I can evaluate people, provided you have a decent piece of open source code to show me. Just look at your code and ask you shit about it, and I'll know in, 20 minutes if you have any idea what you're talking about. I'll know if you're good. I'll know if I can work with you. If your style of how you think and how you build stuff matches what I can work with. Know everything. And if you tell me that, you don't have a single piece of open source code because, you've only worked at closed source companies and stuff for the last 20 years and you have no side projects, well, then I know that that's a no as well. ADH. I mean, I don't have, I'm not, I don't know RSD. I'm not on the spectrum, but I'm not exactly the most naturally social guy. I used to be way more reserved and way less confident. That's a learnable skill. That is a learnable skill. Easier for some people, harder for others, but that is a learnable skill. Let me tell you a little story. I felt I was like too awkward and I didn't have the confidence I wanted. Just wasn't where I wanted to be when I got to college, which if you're doing high school right, you're not going to be because you're going to be in a freaking hole doing work the whole time. You've basically had no social interaction because you've had no time. Kind of just comes with the territory, not your fault, right? But anyways, they did like dorm elections. It's like, well, this is kind of lame. I'm not gonna do this yet. But wait. So I ordered a stupid jester hat, jumped up on a table, and announced I was running for Dorm Fool, gave a ridiculous speech entirely in Shakespearean prose, and was named Dorm Fool to a large round of applause. And then every week thereafter at the meetings, I would come up with yet another speech in the most ridiculous fashion possible, jump up on the table and do the same thing. It's like the most awkward, embarrassing thing you can possibly do, and it prevents you from feeling awkward and embarrassed very, very quickly. Very effective. I did a whole bunch of shit like that. I convinced my one of the mandatory English classes. I convinced like half of the more gullible people in one of my mandatory English classes that I was from Texas because I would show up to every single class in a flannel shirt and a bandana and talk in a terrible Southern accent, which, since they'd never actually met anybody from Texas, they didn't know the difference. I did a bunch of shit. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's a different situation. Still learnable. I don't know. I was told I had like the labels don't always help, I'll say. I was told I had like, I don't know, like bottom 2% processing speed or something like that. When I was younger, it would take me like 3 times longer than everyone to finish the tests. I'd get 100 on all the tests, but it would take me like 3 times longer. So people would call this a disability or whatever the fuck. Didn't matter. Turns out it didn't matter at all. Look at all the stuff I'm building. Sometimes the labels don't really help you. Yeah, just find people who aren't dicks. Just find people who aren't dicks, man. Holy hell. Look at Elon, richest guy in the world. Has done more for tech and humanity than anyone else. Hasn't stopped him. Ah, this one's actually used. Okay. And the base task. Okay, we'll put this up here. Wait, so were you? Is that a joke? No, it's a joke. A progress buff. Progress buff. Question mark. Also, the Elon thing, they know it's not that. That's just politically motivated horseshit. So it's a little different. Like, they're not stupid, they're just lying. Okay, maybe they're a little stupid. Yeah, lo and behold, there are people in the world who are not honest and lie and will do whatever the fuck to get what they want. Get used to it. Cut those people out of your life right quick. That's all there is to it. Alright, what the hell's wrong with this thing? This should not be calling step. So, we make the environment, right? And then we set the environment. So, progress buffer should exist. Except I'm retarded and I put it under the viewer thing. That's actually kind of an argument for not doing this inverted pattern in giant ass functions like this. Borderline. It's not borderline ableism, dude. They'll do it to everybody. They'll make shit up about about anybody. It's that simple. Haters gonna hate. Dude, have you seen him speak? He's definitely autistic. Tried to get a 5. I don't know what a 504. Did I get rid of this? What are we building here? Currently, we're getting Isaac Gym, which is this thing. Oops. Where are the cool graphs? Yeah, this thing. All these sims. Running with PufferLib, which is my high-performance reinforcement learning library. And we are undoing 3 generations of PhD students worth of bad wrapper code so that we can actually make this thing fast and clean. Put up a PR. Captain said he gave him speed up. Solid. 510, I'll take it. Thank you very much for that. That will be merged. Anti... Oh, yeah. I had extra time on tests for a separate thing. Time cap on tests was stupid anyways. People gave me shit for it, and it's like, alright, it's multivariable calc. Your dumbass can have 30 hours and you won't be able to solve any of it. Not so different, see? Why is this not... Why didn't I copy this thing? Was this in some other class? This is, right? Wait, this is in compute HOI. Then how the hell is this getting called from this other class? This is... Did I copy this thing wrong? Should this not have been a thing? Where is it? Compute humanoid. Wait, step. Compute observations, compute task. Oh yeah, I just totally copied this thing wrong. This thing doesn't get the hell out of here. Commit this real quick. Target state. What the fuck is this? Tar. I guess different buffer. How did I miss this? Did I miss this? PD tar tensor. Is it not just this? Contact. I thought I'd had this thing. Hang on. Contact force tensor. Did I not copy the target ones? Wait, root states. Yes, I didn't take this one. Oh, this is one ahead, I see. Yeah? Maybe. That's gonna be hard. EUs. I don't even know what Blue Jay is. No idea what that is. Just Notepad. You probably... Can you just use Vim for Java? Compilation of that shit probably sucks. Just get this for now. I think we used like Eclipse or something and it sucked. Blue. Oh my god. You know, when I wonder why it took me several years before I could like kind of do anything in programming, then I go and look at like the robocode code base, like the stuff I was shown on This Is How You Code. It's no wonder. Well, that's not how you write code. That's how you require fucking 20 people to do the work of half of a person with a brain. Yeah. Index out of bounds. Really? So, oh, good. 8 by 13. Okay, so I don't know what that is. We're gonna have to. Yep. No, there is no coin. The coin was a scam by somebody impersonating me, who, if I had any recourse, would be in jail. Fucker. There's no coin. There is an awesome open source community project. No, I'm not making a fucking... That literally does nothing but burn my reputation for no reason. For something I don't even care about. Dude, I actually have to ask. Like, are you a unique person, or are you the same person on 5 different accounts? Because, like, the number of people who've basically come in here and said the same thing is obscene. Like, no, I'm not rugging a giant coat. Like, I'm not rugging a coin. I'm not... Okay, I don't care. I'm not locking a coin. I'm not rugging a coin. I'm not doing shit. It's like... What I am doing is I'm sitting here and I'm solving reinforcement learning. I've been coding for, like, 15 hours. Dude, I don't need a coin to fund things. We have revenue and we'll be getting more revenue. Like this is not crypto project. This is reinforcement learning project. I don't want a meme coin to be involved with this. I don't want it to be attached in any way. Like, this is serious devs working on hard shit. No, it's fine. It's just like I legitimately can't tell with the number of DMs I've gotten. At least a decent chunk of them are from the same damn person who started the coin. So, what did you use to learn to code? Man, there were no resources around then, so it took me forever to actually get decent. Um, I started making like Minecraft mods and like random ass games in ActionScript. It was awful. And then I did some MATLAB, which was also stupid. Eventually, I got to Python and wrote a bunch of really bad Python for very many years. And started in research, still writing bad Python, and then got really annoyed by the state of the code and just tried to write better code for 10 years. And then after 10 years of doing that, I started writing some C, and within 3 weeks, C was very easy because of all the work I'd put in for the last 10 years. How many people do we have on this? Oh, we got 10 people still watching me at 11 p.m. Folks, if you have not starred the repository, please star the Puffer. Feed the Puffer a star. It really helps out. All this stuff is free and open source. It's a community project. So, we have lots of new people building RL environments all the time. It's a great way to get into RL. I mean, this is an intentional choice, right? I'm trying to revolutionize a field, and it takes a lot of work. I do keep in shape at the very least. What you see now is me after nearly dying of pneumonia, down 20 pounds. I was at like 190 and jacked as hell about a month ago. We'll get that back. It'll take some training, though. Just software principles and design. Yeah, I honestly, I don't do any of those. I don't have patterns. Like, I don't have any of this. I have very simple code. Asthma got so bad. Oh, that's freaking rough. I've not had that, luckily. That's freaking rough. Can you weight train at least with that? Powerlifting, maybe. Not too cardio heavy. Powerlifting's fun as hell. Cardio is really good for you, but powerlifting's great. It gets you in good shape, and it's just good for the soul, What bet? 100x more exercise. Squat, bench, deadlift, overhead press. Pretty well covered. Maybe dead some rows. I gotta stop this pretty soon. I'm like falling asleep, but I'm gonna sleep very well. I've put in a freaking 15-hour day. Compute object observations. I mean, I can just do this. And then we're gonna just do this for now. And figure the task stuff out later. Boy, do I care about this? I don't know what this is. We don't need this obs buffer either. I don't think we need any of this shit, honestly. Any of this at all. Overheard at Stanford, I heard a girl one time say, like, I don't know, my program, I just changed the while loop to an if statement and then it worked. That's Stanford. Nope. That was honestly one of the most disappointing things to me. Is you work so hard to get to the college, and it's like, well, the top 10% are pretty good. So, are you kidding me? I got like 10% of these people to talk to, and most of them are shut-ins that never leave their room? Really? You gotta be shitting me. Again, you can learn that shit. It's not hard. You can learn, I mean, you can still learn this stuff. It just requires being very uncomfortable for a bit. Alright, where the fuck does this thing come from? Equals. Hoidict. Hoi. Alright, so we gotta figure this stupid hoidict out, I guess. Well, the good news is that this is motion file data. But I think in the meantime, if I just comment it, right? I can literally just do this. What? This is what sleep. No, I get a lot of sleep. I've been coding for a while, but I get 8 or 9 hours of sleep, and I'm going to get 8 or 9 hours of sleep. Mainly backend engineer, so of course, bunch of mumbo jumbo. Is this be extendable and modular? Yeah, that's wrong. That's like the biggest lie they tell you. How do your eyes handle the non-contrasted code theme? What do you mean? It is plenty contrasted. The reason that the extendable and modular thing is a lie is because you never know what ways to make it extendable and modular up front, so you'll always be wrong. So you'll overbuild the thing every single time, which will prevent you from actually building it in the way that you need to once you figure that out. You always just do it in the simplest damn way possible and go from there. And half the time, the simplest thing just works. Very, very easily. It's actually incredibly easy for me to build stuff on top of what I have because I just have 5 times less code than you, is basically the idea. If I have 5 times less code than you, it really doesn't matter what your code looks like. It's still easier for me to add stuff and change stuff around. I just have less code to deal with. I can't create empty tensor, lovely. Oops. Oh, I did that intentionally so I don't use it very much. I did that intentionally so I don't use it very much. For a huge fucking code base, right? Well, it depends. I specialize in medium-sized stuff, but the thing is, like, I might have a 20,000 line project, but I guarantee you if you gave PufferLib to some Fang engineers to build, they'd have a 300 line, like a 300,000 line project somehow, right? So they basically turn the medium project into a large project, and they'd say, oh, it's so hard and so complicated, we have so much code. Yeah, you have so much code because you wrote it. Just don't abstract. Abstraction is bad. Stop it. I mean, seriously, give it a try. Do it less. See if you have an easier time. Try it a bit. Look at some of the code as well. I mean, this isn't my code. This is me refactoring garbage. Like, if you want to see my actual code, okay, let me show you something medium-sized. All right, this is a pretty fleshed out MMO. Runs on the web. Runs agents on the web. It's pretty cool. Here's the code. It's 1.h file. I think there's maybe like an additional simplex library I include, like this. That's about it. And if you scroll down here, it's very simple procedural code. Everything just makes sense. It's very easy to follow. Here's some logging. Here's the Perla noise gen. Here's the flood fill. Here's cellular automata. We use all these for terrain gen. Here's your terrain gen function. Here's the entity struct. Scroll, 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 scroll. And like, if I gave you this, it would be well over 10,000 lines. And I know because I've written over 10,000 lines for something similar. Neural MMO 2 is like 10,000 lines, and it's about the same thing. And it's 1,000 times slower than this. Give it a try. You might be surprised. Don't build a factory. Don't do that. Add the different payment processors when you need the different payment processors. Don't plan for stuff that you don't know is going to be a problem. Look, if you know upfront that the requirement is we need to support these 3 processors, then build for that, right? You probably don't even need, like, you can probably literally just if payment 1, if payment 2, if payment 3. It's not that hard. You really don't need to overthink it. It's a noob trap is what it is. What's this can't create empty tensor? How do I find where this thing is? It really is a noob trap, I'm telling you. Doesn't matter. I just want to see the robots in the scene, dude. That's all I want to do is I want to see the robots in the scene. Can't create empty tensor, okay? I don't call... Oh, I forgot to call reset. Hold on. But this is probably going to break some shit. Dude, don't plan for the next 10 years. You're going to be wrong. You're always going to be wrong. So stop trying to plan for it. Write less code, and then it'll be easier for you to fix it when you need to fix it. Yeah, you've been lied to. I hate to tell you. Like, object-oriented programming is like this weird brain worm that infects everyone. It's like as soon as you program not in that way, you see, oh, holy hell, there's a whole other way that you can write code that's way easier. Try this. Fresh some tensors. Can't create empty tensors still. Yeah, I saw a robot. I want the robot to be there consistently. Wait, can't create empty tensor is already called. Hold on. It's in reset somewhere. Okay, there are a couple places. Yes, there are a couple places where you need to have some sort of object-oriented like thing. Usually you want it for dynamic dispatch. It's like if you're looping over many things of different types and they all need to have the same behavior, or they all need to have a specific behavior but the same thing. There are cases where you want that, but the thing is it's vastly overused. It should not, it should be a tool for a specific scenario. It's not a programming paradigm. When you treat it as one, it's very shitty. This can't create empty tensor driving me nuts. I'm just literally going to do this and see when it makes an empty tensor. You don't need these things most of the time because these are things that are bolted onto object-oriented programming to make it less bad. Heck, what's wrong with this? Oh, what? I meant to do breakpoint. I don't know how I typed the totally wrong thing. No, I don't, mostly procedural. There's no paradigm. It's mostly data and functions. It's not functional. That's another dogma that's just as bad. I mean, procedural is just like you write your code simple. That's it. You don't have any fancy ideas that you're trying to impose. Just write your simple code. Stay away from functional programming. Be my advice. It's another object-oriented programming. They replaced one dogma with another. Okay, here it is. GymTorch Rapid Sensor Tensor. Okay. That's not quite it. Dude, where? How do I manage to delete a line? I'm like just tired. I don't know how to manage to do that. Segfault is weird. The segfault is very weird. Oh, it's probably because of the action space sample, huh? Yeah, I bet it's because of that. Hold on. Still segfaults, really? I guess the action space must be the wrong shape. Single action space. How do you figure out the action space in Isaac Gym? Okay, action space here. What? How? 153. Okay, that is actually correct. That is actually correct. What if I do... What if I comment the actions? Can I do that? I just want this to run stably. It's still seg faults. Is it this? It disappears. Well, it renders for a second at least. The only place functional kind of makes a little bit of sense is when you're working with data frames. Like when you're chaining SQL queries together, that's kind of... So it has a use case, but it's a niche use case. If you try to use it everywhere, you're just dumb. What do you... Wait, so what do you do... So what do you actually do? I'm current... I'm not pro procedure. Like, I can write code, however, this is just easier. And no, it's not the only one. This is incredibly common. Like, literally anybody, like, the vast majority of lower level languages are written this way. Like, a lot of C code is written this way, in fact, because C doesn't have built-in object-oriented features. So you either Frankenstein something, or you write the language the way it was intended to be written. The thing is that languages can actually push you towards writing code a certain way, right? So in Python, you don't have structs. See, if you had a struct object, then you would be more inclined to write code this way because you could write functions that just operate on those structs. You don't have structs, you have data classes. Data classes, though, those can have methods too, so you get tempted to add some. And really, what is a data class but just a class anyways with some annoying things? You just turn it into a regular class, and then you may as well just add the methods to the class directly. Then you may as well just add some inheritance here and there, and then before you know it, your code base sucks. Language pushes you towards that. You can write code without that, but the language pushes you towards it. C, on the other hand, it pushes you towards writing code the way that I described, because you have structs, which are just pieces of data, and then you write functions which operate on structs. You don't really have the ability to turn things into objects that take methods without Frankensteining some weird void star thing, which is so awkward that you don't really try to do it because it's just kind of stupid. It's just you've been lied to is all. You've seen too much code written this one way. And it's like, this is the way that code is written. But this is not the way that code is written. Lots of code is written in other ways. Like I said, I get lots of sleep. I wish I could figure out why this thing opens for just a second and then crashes. Because, like, there's the robot, it disappears, and then it crashes. Does it crash after one step? Or is there, like, a horizon that I'm missing? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seg fault. Dude, you should get sleep. Just go to sleep now. It's incredibly important. Like, I'm gonna get 8 or 9 hours of sleep. I don't have a schedule. I get to sleep whenever the hell I want. Right? I'm getting work done, so I'm working. I know how to write code that way. It's just bad. I'll spend more time debugging it than if I were to write code this way. It'll be less stable, it'll have more bugs and more problems, and it'll be harder to modify because there'll be more of it. I've done this for like 10 years, man. It's like you can write passable object-oriented code, but it's always going to be harder to like understand than something procedural, at least for like mid-sized stuff. Even for larger stuff, to be honest. Do you know the amount of marketing that went into Java? It's one of the big reasons object-oriented took off so much. It was a ridiculously marketed thing for a programming language. Everybody wanted Java. All I'm saying is try it for a bit, you know? See how you like it. This is so confusing as to why this thing doesn't work. I mean, like, PyTorch is fine. PyTorch is like object-oriented API is fine, right? That's a good example of something that's like fine, right? Because it's very horizontal, right? It doesn't go deep, right? It's just a bunch of like, there's like a module and it's very horizontal. There's just a bunch of modules that all have the same API. That's fine. As soon as you start going deep, and then a lot of the time the horizontal doesn't even need to be horizontal. Not necessarily. It depends who you talk to, man. Oh, look at all the bots. I see multiple bots. Okay. And then you simulate. On the second render step, you fail. Why do you fail on the second render step? Is that a thing? The bots are gone. And then it seg faults. Okay, so something's going very wrong here. I think if I do, hold on. If I do this, what was the thing? Render. Well, yeah, but your core, like, you shouldn't pay too much attention to that. And honestly, they really don't. You take like, I think the very first intro course is in Java, and then after that, it's gone. All your systems courses won't be. Okay, that's interesting. You don't even have to run simulate, and it still fails. So there are all the robots. Now it's failing on the step. My systems courses unfortunately sucked, which is why it took me an extra years to find C. I had the worst lecturer imaginable. I built the Facebook like button, but cannot string together 3 sentences that make any sense. Guy was also a dick to his students. It's a tough part about being a professor, students remember. I really just want to see this thing render. Here. What happens if I just do this, huh? Surely you can't psych fault. Yeah, there you go. So this thing does not psych fault now. Right? Oh shit, maybe it does. Let's see. Still seg faults? No. What are you even seg faulting on? There's nothing to seg fault on. There's no code left. I don't think you know. He built the like button. I think he was. Okay, interesting that you call render again. And it breaks. I have no idea, that's bizarro. But I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep. This is gonna commit this up. I got 1,000 lines of code down from 2,000-ish. We'll get it working tomorrow. 1 second and I will say where you can find some of my stuff. Okay, so that's online now. I want to play with it. All my stuff is open source. Right here, Puffer AI. You can star the GitHub, check out the code here. Really helps me out. Star the GitHub. Join the Discord. We got tons of people in here building all sorts of reinforcement learning stuff. You don't need prior RL experience, you just need to know how to write some decent code. We got lots of people that we've trained in here to build all sorts of fun environments, including many of the ones that you can demo on the website. Most of these are by contributors. We got a blog here, including a quick start guide for beginners, but also lots of cutting edge stuff. We're really pushing the frontiers of RL here. And if you want more RL content, you can follow me on X. I go live here as well, but there are also some articles you can't find anywhere else. So thanks, folks, and I will be back streaming pretty much as soon as I wake up.